Hi. It doesn't feel like that long ago when we had our first major project in this series. Now, one could argue the Pyrolysis oven itself was a pretty big project, but I'm referring to our quest to make a stack of electronic circuits in low voltage. That was a wild time. And today, we start a new project. One that will usher in a similar way, a new era of machining and production and stuff. Not due to mass production of an ingredient, but through mass production of a power source. Today, I welcome all of you to the start of Operation Daydream, our quest to create and sustain a benzene production line. Cool. Now that we got the theatrics out of the way, how you doing? But yeah, this is our project. This is our objective. This is the big mission we're gonna do right now. Check out the EBF. It's still chugging away at all those cobalt. Gonna do that for quite a while. But yes, our objective right now, and going for probably the next few streams, will be the production of a production line. Our objective is to effectively make a self-sustaining benzene production line and power usage logistics network. This is comprised of a few steps. The first is a farm automatically managed by a crop manager to provide all the logs we need. I believe this should be our first objective because even in the interim, this will be useful. It will give us access to, a decent supply of logs for our creosote production, which means the end of the era of lumberly actions, if you can believe it. It's a big surprise, I know. But there is more involved. Where is my station? There's my station. Here we go. We still must repair this with bronze at the very least. But soon even this will be converted to cobalt, probably. So, the system is, in my general approximation, crop manager managing spruce bonsai trees. There will be a piping and filtration step. It will then go to the pyrolysis oven and create either pure wood tar or wood gas with charcoal as a product. Regardless of which one we're doing, the charcoal will be converted by fluid extraction into wood tar. That wood tar, and maybe the wood tar from the pyrolysis directly, will go into a distillery to create benzene. That benzene will then be stored and distributed across the entire factory as the main fuel source for all of our machinations. Yeah, why can't I... The left? Oh, where's my... There we go. Wondering why that wasn't working. Maybe it got confused by the lunchbox. Had to reset it. Well, either way, that's the scheme. Now, the reason we might give the pyrolysis oven a job to make wood gas instead of wood tar is because we are also going to need, just for future production and chemistry, a source of polyethylene. And wood gas is our method of acquiring it. I believe most likely we are going to be alternating back and forth. We'll kind of like bulk up on ethylene or wood gas as needed for production. But for the most part, I would like it set to benzene, because if the polyethylene backs up, then the pyrolysis oven will back up, even if we need more benzene to do stuff. So that is a risk. The ideal is if the ideal would be we being able to select automatically what we want to make out of the pyrolysis oven, depending on, like, I don't know, a circuit data condition of the factory itself. Like, if we have too much ethylene or polyethylene, it will automatically shift over to double production of benzene until the ethylene content reduces, is what I'm sort of envisioning. But I don't know how to do that. I also don't know if it's possible for us to do that. The easy solution would just be to make a second pyrolysis oven and have one dedicated to each. But that's for the future. For the present, lumber. Oh, looks like we're out of tree. Okay. Cool. So with our lumber situation bulked up for a little bit, let's start working on the project. I believe the first step of the project should be the creation of the log farm. In truth, that's like the one part of the operation that has no physical manifestation so far. We make that farm, we can start pumping it directly into the pyrolysis oven. There's two parts to this: the plants and the crop manager. I've done a little bit of research on the matter, and I've come across garden soil. Garden soil is an equal mix of sand and dirt, along with some seed oil, in order to construct garden soil at a rate of equal amount of block input to garden soil. Garden soil has a few advantages, as seen here. With garden soil, it does not require nearby water. Crops won't break when you fall on it or run near it. But it doesn't speed up IC2 crops at all. I don't particularly mind that. I'm mostly going for volume instead of speed right now. We also know the general dimensions that a crop manager can crop manage. We're going to be going with a low voltage crop manager for easy use, but we can always expand it to a medium voltage one later. The crop manager will be put at the absolute center of effectively a very, very densely packed 3-layer cake of crop. Each of those will have like 5 blocks on each side for the maximum distance that this crop manager can manage. And then from this machine, it will pipe out the top out into the rest of the world. The piping of this is going to be a little awkward, but I think we can make it work. Effectively, one hole on the bottom to provide electrical input, and one hole at the top to be the logistics output of the manager. Between those two, we have everything we need, which means we will only need to remove at most 2/3 plants to put the crop manager at the center of it all, which is good. I won't worry about making the crop manager because to start off, I think we should just make the farm. But before we can make the farm, we need to mass produce the stuff we need for the farm. To get the farm up and running, we're going to need spruce saplings, which I'm pretty sure we have enough of. If we don't, that's fine. We can easily get more. We are going to need this garden soil, and I'm using the garden soil because this is going to be a very densely packed farm. And there's no room for water, really. I'm honestly worried if the light is going to be an issue. Like, just brightening it up enough for it to grow. I'm not certain. And then, finally, we are going to need the crops, the IC2 crop stick things that will go on top. We will need an exact measure of these three. Like, one of each. Like, for every sapling, we're going to need one garden soil and one crop. So let's start by charting out a plot of land for this. My current desire is to have it to be slightly up the mountain because, well, for easy piping, it would want to go down into the Pyroless Oven. I'm honestly thinking maybe over here. I kind of wanted this wall to stay intact, and it can. Maybe back here, like right in this location, perhaps. Maybe underneath the ground, but still above it, like layered here. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Step 1 is excavate the land. We are going to need an 11 by 11 space. It's quite large. Let's call the extreme corner this block right here. And let's dig it out. With an 11 by 11 square, we are going to need to fill it in 121 crops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Do I have a torch? No. We dig the sky. Hello, sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's dig some sky. Hello, sky. Oh, we've hit the rubber farm ever so slightly. And discovered cauliflower. That's exciting. Okay, sanity check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Excellent. This is our square. Now we just have to open it up a little bit more. Now, I said that it will take 121 crops, or what have you, to fill in this space, but the center will be empty, so it will actually be exactly 120. Which makes the math easy, because this will be a 3-layer cake. Which means, in truth, we will need 360 of each component. This equates to approximately slightly less than 6 stacks of all 3 items. We're going to have our work cut out for us getting all of that going. Free artichoke as well. Meanwhile, let's just start where we start and see what we do. The crops should be easy to acquire. It's just do a lot of lumber. The saplings I think we already have, or at least are close to having. So the big question is those IC2 crops. And those should be pretty easy. Because 1 dirt and 1 sand, doing a little bit of stoichiometry, equates to 2 garden soil. We only need 3 stacks of dirt and 3 stacks of sand. We have the dirt. We probably have the sand. We have the sand. We just need the seed oil. 5 liters of seed oil will get us the garden soil. 8, at the very least. So we will need to do this 8 times 6 times, which is a resounding 48. So which means we're going to need to care about having 48 times 5 seed oil, which is a very solid 240. Where are we going to get this approximately 240 seed oil? Answer, seeds. We don't have a lot of seeds available. This is a weakness, but we have crops, and we can take those crops and convert them into seed form. In fact, it's quite easy, as I will demonstrate with the onions. For you see, we can take said onion and convert it into seed. And how much seed oil do we get from fluid extracting? We get 3. So in principle, all we would need to get enough seed oil from seed is approximately a stack and a half. I'm just sort of doubling the 48 requirement here. And that's easy, that's fine. We already have half of it right here. So I say we dump this in the fluid extractor and get to work. I suspect that we won't have much problem getting everything done. Wait, why is this working? Oh, of course, I need to convert them to seed, not onion. There we go. Cool. Now, the onions will need time to grow back, so instead of doubling up on onions, we will simply use a fair mix of cucumber and tomato. I will not be harvesting the tomato and cucumbers to exhaustion, simply because they are needed more in volume for our copious amounts of sandwich. So I would much rather leave them with some reserves remaining. The onions we go through at 1/3 the pace that we go through the tomatoes and cucumbers. At least in terms of sandwich recipe. I'm not too worried about that. Well, let's start with the cucumber seeds. Does this fluid extract the same amount? Yes, it does. 3 liters. There we go. And then following that, the tomato, which I assume is another 3 liters. Yes, indeed. This will be more than enough, but that's okay. We can plunger the rest. Actually, is 240 an even measure here? Maybe we can get this exactly. We can. I mean, of course. I needed to multiply it by 6, so it would obviously be divisible by 3. That shouldn't have surprised me, but it did. I'm putting the glue in here just so I can use the large steel cell to move it over to the assembly machine. Put that on setting 2. Check that out. Our soldering iron is good to go. That's exciting. Right, we have ethylene in there right now. Okay, well, shame about these tomato seeds. I overpicked them. I will let them be eaten by some local fish. I think they would appreciate it. Do fish eat seeds? Now that I think about it, I don't know how they would experience seeds in a natural... Well, no, they could. The waters of a river overflow, maybe collect some seeds that were dropped by plants nearby, and then get cast down into the ocean. Maybe there are fish or sea creatures that feed off of, like, the bits and pieces of organic stuff that get flown into an overflowing river and then get put in the river in the ocean. That could be real. Okay, so nothing to it. Let's get our 3 stacks of dirt, which we have in our inventory, and 3 stacks of sand, which we have in our better barrel. Boop, boop, boop. And let's make that garden soil. Beep. Bop, 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 bop. Granted, it will not have enough room for the inventory, so let's repurpose this hopper real quick. There we go. Splendid. The 5 stacks in here, plus the 6 stack in here, will provide us the exact 6 stacks of garden soil that I have ordered. Not that we need slightly less, but this is what I ordered. It's what I budgeted. And we will have excess, which we can then give to our employees as like a holiday bonus. Well, I mean, I wouldn't give them dirt as a holiday bonus. I would sell the dirt, and then the profits from that could be the holiday bonus. You know, it's like school when you have snow days, and sometimes you don't use the snow days. You just use the snow days at the end of the school year. It's like that. We made extra money that we didn't have to spend on anything, so we'll just give that at the end of the fiscal year. Good so far. Looking very good so far. Now, for the IC2 brand crop. I already claimed that. I guess there's no real easy way to get the crop. I think you can buy them. Wait, huh? Oh my goodness, are you done? You're done! Our cobalt has finished cooking! Wow, we started that last stream. And now it's done! Woohoo. I'm very excited by that information. Now we have plenty of cobalt for repairing our tools. Okay, back to what I was thinking about. What was I thinking about? The crops. Crop is such a generic word, so it's hard to... Okay, so we can make it out of 4 longwood sticks. 8 longwood sticks in an assembler. Hmm? Okay, so I was correct. You can buy them. But this seems like it would be a decent recipe. It seems that the way to get long stick would be to lathe logs. Let's run the math on this because I think that would be fun. We are going to need 6 stacks of crop, or at least I am budgeting for 6 stacks of crops. Which means we're going to need 3 stacks of longwood stick. To make 3 stacks of longwood stick, we are going to need... Honestly, it's not that much. Looks like it's going to be 48 logs. That's easy. It might take a while, but that's easy. Let me just take a stack out of here, split that, put the wrong one back. Okay, accidentally doubled up. Put that. This goes back. This goes back. We are good. Now we can simply lathe these. Is there a special setting I need to consider? Nope, just no circuit lathe. And we're off. For this too, I think we should prepare a hopper. And I'm going to angle it to the right just because I don't want to know what happens when you try to hopper something into a fluid pipe. Thoughts of a gutter clogging come to mind. It'll only be 3 stacks. But the wood pulp is a consideration. Looks like this is almost done. While we wait for the next step, let's go sort up our inventory. Naturally, we can't make the crops with the assembly machine until the seed oil conversion is done. But that will be soon. And this is going at a reasonable pace. And all things considered, we can start placing dirt for the initial layer. After all, that one goes on the bottom. It will not be difficult to interface with. Now, the old question, do we put this here or do we dig one lower? Let's say we put it here. This garden soil shall be the source of much profit and value. Well, not really. We're not really selling. Ooh, you need a shovel, do you? Interesting. You break instantly with a shovel, but do not actually break at all without a shovel. Very interesting. We should be careful not to accidentally fill in the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is our center. That will not be filled. It will instead hold the... Well, if this is the lower layer, either the wire or the piping. The actual machine will be up there somewhere. I know you can breed crops to, like, grow faster and other such, but that takes a while. And I think it's entirely possible we can just breed those in open areas elsewhere and then swap out the crops at a later season. Not like gameplay season, I just mean like, you know, harvesting season. I apologize for overusing terminology in different contexts, thus making it confusing for what I'm talking about. Okay, looks like we almost have enough for the next... Well, for the crop. Let's start putting that on the crops anyway. Oh, wait, no, we can't. We need to build them. Well, what's the order for crops? It is circuit setting 2 as well. Oh, coincidental. They take about 7.5 seconds. This takes about 8. More than enough for our initial run through of layer 1. Let's get those saplings then, if we're going to be doing layer 1 now. A current problem I don't yet know how to solve is the logistics involved. Allow me to clarify. The sorting. Because this crop manager will collect and therefore distribute both logs and saplings. And we want the logs, but we don't want the saplings. The saplings will just sort of clog up the system. So we need a way to filter those out. And I was able to do it last season by kind of cheating a little bit. Not like really cheating, but like quasi-cheating. Because I was able to... I made a smaller farm, so the crop manager had more space. I could put more machines around it. And when I did that, I used the, like, one block Ender logistics hull thing, whose exact identity I don't remember right now, but it's probably somewhere in the tier 2 logistics stuff. Yeah, the item translocators. I used those because those you could set filters and stuff. But I can't do that because we are going to be transferring these items a further distance. So we'd have to use pipes. And I don't know how to filter for pipes. Actually, maybe I don't need to. I could set up logistics to a chest or something. That chest can sort of be just a temporary buffer outside of the farm area. And then from there, I can use the item translocator to separate into 2 separate streams. Maybe that's expensive. Definitely looks expensive here. I need an ender pearl. But I get 2. I will need 3. But simple point-to-point, assuming those points are right next to each other, logistics and item translocator, I think, is worth it. I also think an aluminum casing is not very expensive, all things considered. We can make it work. Now, actually getting ender pearls is a little bit of a pain, because what is desired of me is that I... What the heck, man? What's desired of me is to basically put a trapped, captured Enderman in the smeltery, and then have it bleed. And I've tried to get Enderman eggs for that, but they just sort of teleport out. I'm not exactly sure how to keep them contained. I think there are some variants of Enderman that don't teleport, but that's going to be a luck of the draw type thing. And I can't buy Ender Pearls directly until high voltage for some reason. Alright, let's do layer 1 of the crop. This will start production. And even if we don't have the crop manager, we could extract this stuff manually. It can also be a test to make sure that the system does work even in low light conditions. Okay, we do not want to double up the sticks. Our objective here is simply to put saplings down. Doot, 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 doot. This is mildly inconvenient. I also think I lost a sapling due to tragedy. Up, 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 up. I can walk in these, so I could just... Oh, come on! Don't be putting weeds down. I just got here. Alright, halfway done. Let's reload. Keep going. I've got an idea to maybe make the... First off, does that work? That works. Okay, so the shift right click method works as intended. We're gonna have to do a little de-weeding because of how long these are left to last. But now, if I right click while standing above it, it should just operate as intended for the most part. Except for the fact that I can't see where I'm going. I'll de-weed as like a post setup step. There we go. The plants are in, and the only problem is this one, which is easily resolved. Excellent. The first layer is technically complete. Pretty good. Looking for any signs of growth. I'm seeing percentages go up across the board. 20% even back here. Excellent. Go check on production. The dirt's done. The saplings are ready. We can make the next layer now. You are. There you go. Another round. Good. This is a lot less intense of a Greg session than usual. I think we will need to just clear out all of the stuff above, and that includes the lumber. My apologies, rubber trees. I worked so hard to get you. It was perhaps my least favorite part of this season so far, but now we gotta move you out of the way in order to make paths and room for further development. Put that here, I guess. All these pine trees, this baby spruce. Those clear out of the way. Ow, but look, the crop is undisturbed. That's a proof of success. The fact that it's just working correctly. Now, I care about cultivating these gardens for the hypothetical quest that we're not doing, but could do anyway. But I'll do it after we do the sandwich factory, just for completion's sake. I don't know how much I care about getting every single achievement in existence. Seems nice. It's not what I'm here for. Why is that sapling still present? Alright, clear the skies, everyone. Clear the air. Oh, that's the skeleton skull, right. Forgot to take that down. You can stick around as like a scarecrow of sorts. We could use a scarecrow on this farm. There we are, layer 1 filled and open. Let's begin layer 2. I want to pick up the torches at least. Important to have around. Okay, here's our center. Denote its position and keep going. Oh. Drop the dirt. Get out of here. Only dirt gets to be here. If I want to escape, I gotta do that side last. Keep moving. Right, need a shovel. Absolutely must use a shovel. Used too much shovel. Used just the right amount of shovel. Okay, layer 2 dirt complete. Now let's head back, get the crops for layer 2 and the saplings for layer 2. Crops requires 2 stacks, which we are now at. Saplings will require more room in our inventory. So let's eat this sandwich. Delicious. Crop here, crop there. Then fill up on sapling. I've got high hopes for this farm. I don't know realistically how fast this farm is going to work for us. I definitely don't think we're going to be hitting the production speed of like the item pipes throughput. But maybe we'll hit the throughput of the pyrolysis oven. I don't actually think so. I'm doing that wrong. Okay. Shift right click strats to make this easy. We're gonna have a lot of weeds by the end of this run. Alright, get the saplings in quickly before more weeds overtake the system. Ignore what weeds exist right now. Just keep going with the plants. Oh my goodness, they're everywhere. Where am I? Somebody threw dirt on me. No, I understand what happened. I ran out of saplings in my hand. I picked up a dirt off the ground. I placed it down. I started suffocating in it. I thought I was being attacked by some kind of dirt-throwing creature. Terrifying. Okay. Wait, one more. There we are. Final check. Looking good, looking good. Oh, we missed one. There we are. Inventories counting good. Optics are looking good. I think we are successful. Layer 2 complete. Let's get some of the inventory cleared up. Bump these out. Okay, final layer of dirt. Technically speaking, I think we have the inventory space to just do all of it now. Final layer of dirt, final layer of crop, and final layer of sapling. Ready to go. Now that the second layer is in, I can mark exactly where the crop manager go. It will go here. I don't have a block. I have obsidian, I guess. Okay, I'll use this plank. It's going here. Where this plank is, will go the crop manager. Back inside. Saplings. We are full. We are ready. Actually, I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking about it. And for purely aesthetic reasons, maybe we could make the crops go like this. We make a layer under this instead. So this is the top layer, this is the middle layer, and then we make a lower layer beneath it. The only reason I want to do this is because if this gets too high, this cool thing will be less cool. That's the only reason. But it is my reason, and you know what? I'm going to stick with it. Congratulations on surviving the int meeting I was not a part of. I apologize for not being a part of it. I was busy streaming. Okay. Let's do it like this. We're going to go in. We're going to manage. We're just going to do it one strip at a time. Okay, we have a problem. We are hitting the coke oven setup. Forget the plan. The plan is canceled. We can no longer do the plan. We are going to have to put this on top of everything. Okay. Never mind. I mean, I could move the ovens. I could also just elevate this, make it taller. Make this a shallow incline, perhaps? Maybe extend the incline part of this. Maybe. Okay, this is not a stylistic disaster. We can save it. Lark, if you want to write up like a summary of the meeting, what happened, I know you did that. Did you do that, and did you put it in the regular logging location? Because if so, I would like to read it, not even before the stream ends, just sort of like casually. Like it's not even a big deal. Doing business corporate discussions during a regular stream. I've dropped some of my valuable dirt. Turns out, maybe the cobalt shovel was a little too strong. We're accidentally entering insta-mine territory. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick interlude to actually read those notes. Yeah, that's how we do it. This is like the most transparent we could possibly be. discussing business things live on stream. That's like transparency on another level. We are truly the most honorable company ever. I at least have the decency to not speak on the contents of the meeting, or at least some operational secrecy. This is a shareholder meeting now. All right, shareholders, line up. We gotta take call and ask questions. The Q&A will be after the stream. If we do ever become a public company, which I'm officially banning because I hate publicly traded companies for moral reasons. Not to the point that I won't do business with them, but just that, like, it's like rife with the possibility of corruption. If you want to open the window to being corrupt, like, to corrupt the company, make it publicly traded, is what I'm saying. But if we were to be publicly traded, which we won't be, then I would totally just live stream on InTV Twitch channel the directors meeting, just talking with the board. We report an increase in sales over the quarter, and everyone just like puts the pod points to do the gameplay in the channel redemption. We speak about our development of new, like, I don't know, business partners, and then just a bunch of people subscribe. Like, as if they're trading stocks during the meeting, but instead of actually doing anything with stocks, they're just subscribing. All pixels in Minecraft. I make a redstone machine to, like, push sand down with gravity to show the next slide on a presentation slideshow I'm doing. We're gonna have the most fun shareholder meetings if we ever had shareholders. I kind of wish I could do more, like, public newsy stuff. I know we have, like, the newsletter blog thing that is technically available to use, but is functionally a mess. But, like, a lot of the things I would talk about are the projects I'm working on, or just, like, complete random ramblings. And while the ramblings are fine, I don't want to talk on the projects because they're not ready, and I'm terrible at committing to actually doing projects. So I wouldn't want to talk about something that I end up failing to do. For instance, I've been working on something for the past few weeks, and I would love to announce it, but I can't because it's not ready, and I don't really know the finer details of what's happening with it. Why isn't it ready? How ready is it going to be? What's it going to look like? And I can't speak on it because it's not concretely formed, even though it's so close to being announceable. This skull is me right now. Well, ignoring all of my struggles as a person who has, like, business responsibilities, kinda, sorta, the farm portion of this is complete. All that remains now is to do the rest of it portion. So I guess the next step we gotta do is making the crop manager. That's gonna be a little bit of... Oh, crop scanner. We want Monager. Let's just put that on the official list of things we want to build. Let's see here. Input hatch. That's a little awkward. 2 circuits, 2 steel sense blades, robotic arms, which require circuits of their own, and this requires a circuit. So ultimately, we're going to need 5 electronic circuits, which stinks. Creosote supplies have been getting low thanks to all of the cobalt we've been burning. Honestly, a relief. We did need to burn through a bit of that. We have 3 electronic circuits. We want 5. How will we solve this conundrum? Answer is maybe I can get some quest rewards for having done stuff in the past. That's just Certus quartz. That would have been circuits. That's just pistons. Nope. Beer and wine. Nuh-uh. Nope. No benzene yet. Why didn't I have that quest? That's in the bio for the masses tab, isn't it? Right, it wanted me to do this. Which wanted me to do this. And I have enough coke oven brick, like coke ovens. I just haven't done it yet. Whatever. We'll make it. Okay. We're gonna need a lot of steel for this. But, thankfully, we've backed up a lot of steel thanks to just being vigilant, making sure the steel's been producing. I'm confident we have enough steel for this. Circuits are going to be a little bit of a pain, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a big strain on our resources. We just got to build one. It's tedious to craft, but it's not prohibitively expensive. That said, machine hull is going to be... This could be our first... This could be our first polyethylization. Input hatch requires another one of those. Polyethylene possibility as well. You know what? Let's go for it. This is going to be the first low voltage machine we can make with polyethylene to remove our need for wrought iron. So let's start with the needs of the hull. We're going to need 2 holes for this one. One for the input hatch, one for the crop manager itself. Polyethylene is going to require... Well, we're going to need 4 ingots, air quotes, of polyethylene. So that's going to be 4 ingots of compressed air combined with the collection of ethylene we already have, which is plenty. Put those in the chemical reactor, spit out some polyethylene. We are good to go. Wait, can I just electrolyze the silicon dioxide immediately to get oxygen? No. But we can do the magnesia thing. Because silicon dioxide is also what we got out of the sand trick. Okay. So this is a simple, I'm even going to use the wrench, though I don't really need to. Do that. We're going to need 4 tin cable, which I don't know if we have, but we can get. We put it in here. Circuit setting is null. We're going to want polyethylene, 4 ingots worth. And 4 tin cable. I would have expected tin cable to be either in here or in here. So my running theory is that we're simply out. Never mind. It was in here. So that means put those 4 in there. The polyethylene, well, the compressed air should be almost ready. There it is. Now we take this, go to the chemical reactor. Let's just recheck polyethylene. Molten polyethylene cell is compressed air, ingot of ethylene, ingot of molten polyethylene. Good, good, good. Now I know we could use pure oxygen for a more efficient conversion, but I do not care. That requires good liquid management, which we do not have. Chemical reactor setting 1, ditch that temporarily, put those in. Temporarily put the rubber in there, I suppose. That does seem like what my past self chose to do. Molten tin. Chemical reactma. That should make 4 cells of polyethylene. 2 is required for each craft. Excellent. Ah, right. It accidentally... I kept the auto pour on. So they went in here. No worries. Those in there, and there we go! 2 LV machine hulls. No wrought iron. And no 9th steel plate as well. So that's also a item saved. Next up, we are going to need to sort the heck out of our inventory. This is a complete mess. Dump that in there. Not there. There. Good. Put some of the random crop-oriented materials away in the vaguely crop-oriented chest. That's already much better. We can take the sputo, put it in there. We can take this small bit of iron, put it in here. I think that's good enough for more crafting work. We're going to need some tanks. I doubt I made any extra. Indeed, I did not. But the method to acquire more is very simple. We got the glass. We've got the obsidian. We just need the iron rings. Which we can get. Where did I put the obsidian dust? There's this, but I know we have more. I made nearly a stack of it earlier. Maybe in the tech chest? Maybe in the liquids chest? No. Maybe it's in one of the sidereal chests, like this one. where is my obsidian dust? I made like a stack of it. And I most certainly did not go through all of... There it is. In the macerator. That makes sense. I guess I never put it away into anything else yet. Well, with that problem out of the way, we convert that to thickened glass. We put the thickened glass and the obsidian dust in there. We are now making that glass. We are going to need 2 ingots of iron to be converted into 2 rods of iron and some spare dust. Brought to you by our local lathe. Got a lot of wood pulp. Could do something with that. Overall, the production is going quite well. When I was ready, is there a way to convert this into a ring directly? I assume the intended way at higher voltages would be fluid extract, fluid solidify into ring mold. It makes sense. But even now, we are still stuck to the classic hammer file combo. Not too big a problem. Okay. So I assume we want an input hatch for the crop manager, and an input hatch is circuit setting 1. Let's not forget I actually have to make the tank itself, which is circuit setting irrelevant. The rings, I take the glass out of the alloy smelter. We are ready to go. Boom, boom. We could use more polyethylene for this. But I don't see any problem in simply going through some of our glue reserves on this. Glue is, in the way we've been using it, mostly a lower tech version of polyethylene. But now that we have polyethylene, it might be able to overshadow most, if not all, of the uses of glue we've had so far. Okay, input hatch complete. That is 2 of the major components we need for our crop manager. We are going to need 2 robot arms, sensor, some steel sense blades, which is plate, ingot, hammer, file. Interesting. Not difficult. Make 2 pairs of plate, please. Thank you. Plate, ingot, hammer, file. Check there. Check there. There are our sense blades. We hold them in case that's meaningful for anything. Let's do it in here, I suppose. That on the docket. Check, check. We just need the sensor, robot arm, and another robot arm. Hello! Welcome. I'm doing crops for the purpose of creating benzene to fuel my factory. So, unavoidably, we need 2 more circuits. 2 for the robot arm, and then this extra circuit we're going to have for the sensor. I've accidentally removed the recipe, my mistake. There we go. So the robot arm is annoying. 3 motors, 1's in the piston. There's no way to make it cheaper, huh? 3, 2, 2, 1. Yep, that's math. So 3 motors, so that's going to be 6 motors. 2 of them converted to pistons. circuit each, steel rods, tin cable, just a lot of stuff. The sensor, by comparison, is actually quite easy. 1 circuit, 4 plate, brass rod, Certus quartz. The only part of that that's of any question is the brass rod, because we got to make brass for it. But making brass for it's easy. Let's make those plates first, though. Oh, accidentally did over management. So, first thing we should do responsibly is check if we have any brass available. Ooh, nope. 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 It's compound. We do have brass dust. Excellent. The thing to do, I think, would be to smelt them. Then we can lathe them into a brass rod. I'm going to make 2 brass rods just so that we'll have an equal amount of dust. Put them in the system and make the sensor. The Certus quartz is something we also already possess, thanks to our previous adventures in the Nether. We needed that Certus quartz anyway to get some good tech. There it is. So let's just spread this out as desired. The circuit goes here. The plates go here. Now it's just the brass rod. And there it is. Bonk. We made a sensor. That is a whole nother quest complete. Now we could theoretically make a scanner. But we're not gonna. I'm making a farm. Reward for this is more Certus quartz and a tier 1 loot bag, which I do not care about. So we proceed. I'll take these, I'll recombine this, put it back in the dust chest, and we shall now enter the more painful production of the arms. I'm going to start with everything that isn't the literal circuits, because that's easier. I'm actually going to start backwards, in a sense. I'm going to start by making the sidereal components of the piston. But while that's going, I can then move to the regular circuit stuff. Well, not the regular circuit, the regular motor stuff. That's going to be more tin cable than I have. I can buy some. I will buy some. It's going to be copper. It's going to be a lot of iron, lathed, and polarized. So where is my iron supply? There it is. So we're going to need... I think by my count it was 6. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then double that. That's going to be 18 lathings of a little bit of iron. Unfortunately, there is an inventory backup because it's currently lathing the rods we need for the piston component of that. So while that goes and I give it more time to work, let's prepare the copper wire. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These will be wired milled to a 1 gauge, not actually a 1 gauge. As I understand it, the gauges increase as the wire gets thinner. So this is actually the exact opposite of 1 gauge. Max gauge. The lathe is almost ready to receive a new product. Put those in. That shall be the rotating motory component of our motor. And while that happens, we shall buy some tin cables from the coin store, using our copious amount of technician coins, which we have earned from making a lot of technology. There we go. Tin cable, detect, submit, claimed, done. And with this, we have everything we need to make the motors, as well as some of the cables we'll need for the rest of the production. There's 6 there, there's 6 there. Rods are going to take a bit. What about the wire mill? Wire mill's prepared. Excellent. Now we simply need the iron rods, 1/3 of which shall be polarized. That might take a bit. Let's see if we can't do something else in the meantime. Well, we know the piston, we know the tin cable. We're going to need 6 of this, and then 2 goes in here. This should be exactly the amount of tin cable we need. So we don't need any more. I guess I have no choice. I guess I got to start working on the electronic circuits. We have a little bit of what we need already. And things are a bit easier now. Circuit board, resistors, red alloy, vacuum tubes. What do we have already? We've got the circuit boards. That's it. Surprised we don't even have any resistors. I could buy resistors. Let's just go to the shop, buy what we can, proceed from there. The resistors should be simple. It's just one more thing I don't have to worry about. Alright. Lower this a little bit. Thank you, thank you. Salt, copper wire, we already got. We could get the magnetic things. There's the circuit boards. We can buy vacuum tubes? 40 and 30. I'll take it. If they're just going to let me buy all of the components I need for this, I will gladly oblige. We're going to have to convert some of our Technician 10 coins into Technician 1s. We gotta split the bill. If you please. You make change for a green? There we go. We got the vacuum tubes, we got the resistors. We have no need to take the circuit boards. We have enough for what we're doing. So then what? Molten tin or what have you. We're going to need some red alloy wire. That's an easy trip to the alloy smelter. Okay. You in, put you in. Get the boards out of here. This will be 2. We could afford to have 2 more, but whatever. We are going to need 2 ingots worth of red alloy, so we're going to need 2 ingots of copper and 8 redstone. Smelt that. Thank you. And while that happens, I'm going to have a slight lunch break. Very good. As our red alloy. Proceed over here. Mill them into wires. Looking forward to being able to eventually have SMD resistors. That'll be cool and exciting. And boop. There we go. There's our circuits. That was not as bad as I thought it'd be. Meanwhile, our iron rods are now ready to be polarized so that they can have magnetic forces coursing through their veins. Polarizer is here. Exactly 6 of these. 1/3 of our pile. should be polarized. The rest are just the regular drive shaft. But this rod is the one that spins. Put this back here. Put that, put that, put this. There is our 6 motors. Next up, we want the pistons. First step of pistoning is, of course, file water cutter, maybe hammer wire cutter. Yes. We make 2 pistons out of what we possess. 2, 2, 2, 2, and then 2. From here, the robot arm, I forgot it requires steel rods. That's a mistake on my part. That's okay, though. We get the circuits, we get the steel rods. Easy. That's just lasing 4 more steel. Get the circuits out of here now that they are good and complete. Circuits here. Get ready for the rods for the arm. And we will be good. Sensor, meanwhile, can go in here. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop. One down, 1 to go. Put the spare steel rod in here. This is fine and enough. Boom. 2 robot arms. Put the robot arms in here. The work table shall make ourselves 1 crop manager. No quest reward? Is it secretly hidden behind something? I understand why it would be past the sensor, but I didn't see it here in this list at all. Where's the crop manager? Manager. Too many keys. Is there just no... No, it's here. Oh, okay. It doesn't care how you do it, whether you use the crop manager or the lumber axe, and I did the lumber axe approach long ago. Here we are. Yes, yes. Okay. Well, mystery solved. At the very least, we can put the crop manager in position, even if we do not have power for it. And speaking of, this is going to be the next big question. What are we going to do to power this thing? And it goes right there. Excellent. How are we doing this? You know, to be fair, we're out of tin cable again. We're not out of all tin cable, just 1 times with tin cable. I'll do a 2x with if I gotta. No, that's silly. Just take some of our spare tin. Well, No, this is silly. Just put the power on site. Okay, we're currently occupied right now with everything. We don't really have a spare engine to fuel anything. But really, it doesn't need much, really. Like, a crop manager will consume 4 EUs per harvest. It doesn't take a lot of power. We could power this thing with a battery if we wanted. You know? We could fuel this thing with a battery if we wanted. I got some spare battery cells around here. I know I haven't used them for anything. What if we use them for something? Are they in the here because they look like it? Battery. That's battery alloy. I know I had a pile of battery cells that I was not using. I do not remember where I placed them. I will search. I thought it would be in one of these back here, and it's not, thus confirming my suspicions of where I would choose to put something and where to not. Maybe they're in the canning machine. Maybe I just put them in there for safekeeping. No, but there is one lithium. On here. On here. On there. I'm running out of locations. I would have suspected here. But there's nothing. You're empty, you're empty. It's gone. Oh no. Red alert. Red alert. Red freaking alert. It's a blood moon. It's a blood. It's so bloody. Bloodiest moon you ever done. Didn't see. Okay. We are going to the emergency bunker. We are hiding. We are sheltering. We will not be engaging with the horrors of the night today. Hey, free paper. Free bread as well. Free torches, indeed. Yeah, we're staying down here in the well-lit, safe confines of our cave network. In fact... What the heck is it? What happened to my copper cable? Oh, no, it's better now. Okay, that was just a minor visual glitch. I forgive you. Okay, don't worry about it. Worry about the blood moon that's currently happening. What in the world? Oh, I thought the cave was full of stars. No, this is the surface. These are the yellow X's for when. Yeah, 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 oh, yeah. I didn't realize that this was a tunnel that goes all the way to the surface. I didn't realize daylight was pouring in. But yeah, that's the sky, huh? Interesting, very interesting. Okay, sodalite. Oh, I'm in the Lapis Cave. Yeah, I'm north of the base. I was completely off about my position. Well, you know, sodalite's a good source of aluminum for us. How about we... We'll go, sir. Okay, we have apparently encountered a dirt creeper. Fortunately, a dirt creeper is not the worst thing in the world. Let's just... Oh, right, I remember this. While holding the soldering iron, it makes wires and cables really, really thin, so you can see past them. So it's even doing that with the cables in my inventory as well. I understand. Okay. So why are we down here? Well, one, because I'm scared, but two, sodalite, I believe, is a good source of aluminum that we discovered. Yeah. Take some 11, you get 3 aluminum. We can get a lot of sodalite. Lazurite might also be useful for this purpose. So, lapis should be treated like a source of aluminum for now. And I wish to collect. Just sort out my inventory a little bit, which is to say dump everything I'm not currently using into the backpack temporarily so that we have room for as many ores as possible. And be very vigilant with threats and dangers as we wait out the night. Because really, this is what we're doing. We're waiting out the night. Oh, look at this. The beauty of my brand new hammer. Well, it's the same hammer. Well, okay, it's a different hammer in like a Ship of Theseus kind of way. But it's also the same hammer in a Ship of Theseus kind of way. We've been doing Ship of Theseus stuff with our hammers. I don't have the resources to make any torches, do I? I could if I found some coal ore randomly. I am too scared, though. Okay, so lazurite is probably... Yeah, aluminum is in it. Let me just check the lazurite dust in an electrolyzer. Yeah, 14 gives 3, silicon, calcium, sodium. All of these are useful to us as we enter into a highly electrical age. We got calcite here as well. But sodalite is unreliable, and particularly because we know that sodalite is basically not used for anything else. Lapis has a use in enchanting. We used it to give luck to our hammer, and therefore fortune, which has been a very good investment, I must say. But sodalite does not have that dual purpose, which means we can use it for aluminum without concern. There's no, like, opportunity buyer's remorse type deal with sodalite, I feel. Because I don't know of another use for sodalite. But even better, I don't suspect there is one. There could be. I don't know what it is. And I will enjoy my temporary blissful ignorance in this regard as I move to extract all that I can from this vein conveniently located right below our house. Oh. Goodbye. The lights of suffering have receded. It may be soon time for us to return back to the surface. I forgot the function of calcite. It's got calcium and carbon in it. Careful there. Stream some more light into the chamber, best we can. Okay. Save so far. It's about to be 5 a.m. I think we can start leaving. Yep, the lights are no longer a bloody red. I think we're good to go away. Before I do, there's plenty more sodalite. Wait, weren't we here for the calcite before? Like, that's what our objective was? Which is why we barely even touched anything else? What was that for? The concrete for the primitive blast furnace. Right. Along with, like, the gypsum quest and all that. I didn't realize what a gold mine this would be in the future, huh? Alright, I've had my fill for the moment. We can now go back home. And I'd like to, while the sun is still out. I am lost. Where's the exit tunnel? Is this it? Help. I'm trapped. Where's the exit? Like, that feels like an exit. An exit. This way is water. Which leads to this lake. It's the same lake we found over here, so this is not the exit. We probably want to go to the center of the chunk, if I had to guess where I would put a tunnel. There it is. Directly above. Staircase up has been a little bit destroyed. No, wait, I'm just here again. Here. Here! This has to be it. Yes. Okay, we're good. Maybe I should invest in ladder technology. Let's see if here by this passage, so I get a grip on the situation upstairs. Aha! Here we are. That hole right there. Okay, we're good. Who put that dirt there? I don't think it was me. Are you secretly evil? I guess there was just an Enderman around. I'm paranoid that it's like that, like, ninja zombie skeleton. Ninja skeleton. Because the ninja skeleton will just ambush you. Disguise as a block and then attack you while you aren't looking. Alright, Sodalite, get ready to become aluminum later. Meanwhile... we were on a mission of peace. You have a good not this stream. I will continue trying to figure out how to do crops. It's just logistics at this point. We need a power source. I could just ransack one of these fluid generators. Creosote's a decent power source. I was gonna make a battery, and I was looking for the batteries, and I couldn't find the batteries, and I still can't find the batteries. Yes, yes, I remember now. What are they called? Battery. Hull. If I search for hull, we'll get some hits. Negative. Well, I've lost all my batteries. Embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. Wait, the backpack! What am I doing? Of course. Of course they would be in there. Of course, of course. I keep forgetting the battery's an option. Alright. I'm doing another run of that so I can have more lithium, because I'm going to make a lithium battery and I'm going to put it in there. And that's just going to be how I do power for now, as just a stopgap measure before we do cooler things. And I'm making it lithium for maximum style. Which is to say maximum storage. Which will provide me maximum ability to completely ignore it until later. Okay, lithium in. Battery in. Excellent. Now we can simply charge this by throwing it into any nearby machine. But this will be enough power for a long time. So that just leaves logistics. Let's start looking at that transporter thing. The translocator. We're going to need 3. Or do we? I can think of at least one way to cheese it with a hopper, but that might be silly. Let's see. Translocator requires some brass item pipe. Pretty strong stuff. Red alloy plate, not to be confused with redstone alloy. Aluminum casing. Best way for aluminum casing right now, we can't alloy smelt. We would have to fluid solidify or simply hammer it ourselves. So this will require, at our level, 4 aluminum. Which is a pain. Brass item pipe is just brass. Brass itself is simply tetrahedrite. No. Well, copper and zinc. Okay, make some brass for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then to zinc. That is nickel. Which one of these is zinc again? Well, none of these. There's some zinc. I assume I can do it in dust form. The alloy smelter will handle the melting. There we go. As for the aluminum... We are rich on sodalite, huh? Sodalite processing, if we want more sodalite, would be irrelevant. Let's just do some processing as is. Going well, feeling fine. We've got an irritating amount of backlog on stuff to process, and it's not purely automated because I do want the ability to choose exactly the processing line. Whether I want to wash the crushed ore or not. As far as aluminum, how much do we have? 6? That is enough. I will convert to the plates we need. Take this as well. We gotta convert that to the plates we need also. That's full. That's almost empty. End it. Nothing better for you, I'm afraid. Become casing. House cactus. As for you... Put my wrench in my backpack. And I don't have a replacement tool wrench yet because I've been lazy on that. Okay, hammer there, wrench there. That will give us brass item pipe. That is the correct size. Finally, the item translocator requires the red alloy plate. We can make the red alloy plate. We can also take a nap as soon as I find my bed. One inconvenience of all the cobalt and stuff we have now is that it is harder to see my bed in my inventory because its striking blue is being overshadowed by all of the other blue stuff. Hey! Ender Pearl. We need one of those. Do there. 8 redstone. Let's start prepping the part. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1. The final bend. And it shall end. Oh wow, these take a while to bend, huh? How's the inventory looking? Good supplies, good supplies. And I like how it sort of auto-corrects the nutritional value over time. More iron, please. I need to make a hopper. And I will be going with this silly hopper trick, after all. Very good. Now, if we were making a fluid translocator, it's the exact same thing, except we use steel fluid pipe instead of brass. Insightful. Now let's set up with what we can. What pipes do we have already? 1 stack every 8 seconds. That is fast enough. It is a little concerning. What the? Huh? What's happening here? Why are weeds spreading? Seems like it's only on the top layer, though. Maybe I missed one? It did seem localized. Oh. Okay. I'm going to assume that was a fluke and proceed. Because that was never a problem with my old farm from Season 1. Just won't let me break it, huh? This barrel will hold saplings. The pipes will go up. No, I'll make 1 barrel for logs and 1 barrel for saplings. An even spread. Fortunately, I have just enough. So my system will be dead simple. This barrel will hold the logs. This is just a buffer. It'll be hoppered in with a regular hopper. Separate to that, we shall have... say this here. It shall hold the saplings. In fact, I can move the saplings in now. Theoretically, I could move the logs in now, but I don't have any. I'm going to need 2 hoppers for what I'm planning, and 1 chest. So 5 more iron, please. Out of iron. Make more. Out of charcoal. Okay. Gotta manage all the intricate little systems. Here's some free nickel for the elements chest. That's an element. These are some impure piles. That's a compound. This is technically a compound, but I'm not going to think of it as such. Put it in here. Brush door is full, but we still have room for those. Okay. Back at an appreciable good level. We got sodalite we could electrolyze. I choose to. Wait, this is gonna make a chlorine output, which we would need to account for. The chlorine tank is still available. Let's just move that over and do chlorine management manually. Oops. Fortunately, I don't think that changes anything. For us, right now. I wasn't using the output for anything, so doing that has not changed the system. For better or for worse. Sodalite in. It shall now back up chlorine. We also just got a silicon dioxide quest, which I wasn't expecting to get. Well, there it is. Smelting it in your EBF with some carbon is the best way to obtain raw silicon ingots. It is used in a few places, but most importantly, you can macerate it back down to raw silicon dust. You can also turn the silicon dioxide into raw silicon dust by a chemical process using aluminum or magnesium. You can get silicon dioxide easily by substituting glass dust or electrolyzing sand. If you have raw silicon dust, but want silicon dioxide for some reason, you can use an arc furnace or an autoclave. Cool. That's the solar grade silicon step. Looking around on all of the technologies. Seems nice. Fluid solidifier seems important. Fluid extractor also seems important. Once we're solidly in MV, we can be liquidly in MV. Hello, aluminum. Now I know the system for this. We compress. And then we can EBF. I'm getting distracted. Operation Daydream takes priority right now. What's the recipe for hopper again in an assembler? It's just a chest and a 5. Okay. Can do that. We'll need 3 chests. One of them will stay a chest. The other 2 shall become hoppers. Doo-doo. Battery is ready for use. Put that in. Process goes. Lithium battery is ready to be put into the machine, but I'm going to wait until the logistics to the pyrolysis oven is complete. Though not necessarily the logistics out of it. Okay, there's our hoppers. Here's the system. Oh. That's not good. We are running low on log. Lumberly actions have fallen to the wayside, and for this I apologize. However, I've spent the majority of this stream trying to build a machine that will make lumberly actions never have to occur again. You'll forgive me. It's not really the highest priority thing right now. So, hopper there. Hopper there. That's right, we're doing the dummy item trick. And here is where we do this. Okay, let's test it. Boop, boop. Oh. It didn't work. And I know why. The moment that this thing could hold saplings, it took the sapling out of here and put it in there, thus giving it the room to put the log inside. So I didn't think about this correctly, and this system will not work. In all likelihood, we will need another translocator, and really, that's the responsible thing to do. Fortunately, I have been acting in my best interests for the materials required, and I can simply make it happen. Get going. Good, very good. While that's happening, we can prepare the other components. Hello, this is GT New Horizons. Famed mod pack for being a large collection of major technical shenanigans. I see its reputation precedes it. But that's okay, I'm having a good time. I'm inventing the concept of benzene to power all of my machines for at least a while. And right now, I am trying to remember what I was getting. I was getting zinc and I was getting copper. Zinc and then 3 copper. We'll take the dust. This is going to be a little bit of a threat because I'm going to be using the alloy smelter at the same time I'm using the EBF. And they're going to be fighting for steam, so this might delete some aluminum. If this goes below half, then we'll know we're in trouble. It's cutting it. It's fighting. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, thank goodness for an internal storage buffer. Alright, bend these into pipes. We shall turn them into item pipes. The aluminum shall be our source of power. We are going to need an ender pearl. We don't have ender pearls, but we do have... We want a pan cast or a gem cast? 250. We have liquid ender in the smeltery. It's enough for 1 ender pearl. But I don't think we have a pan cast. Ingot ain't gonna work. Yep, that's liquid ender. What can we do with it? We can put it in a bucket. Pan cast, pan clay cast, or gem cast, or item.tconstruct.clay pattern dot name. My condolences to your 4 FPS slideshow experience. I haven't had many, or really any, frame problems. The game's just running fine. Pan cast, pan cast, pan cast, pan cast. I need a pan. made with a pan cast. But we go gem cast. Might be a bit more reasonable. We need an emerald, molten aluminum brass. Do we have any spare molten aluminum brass in here? We do. Excellent. Let's get an emerald. Okay, yeah, a 12-year-old computer is probably not going to be able to run a 10-year-old crazy mod pack. Modernized 10-year-old crazy mod pack. Okay, we've got the gem. Now for the end. Fantastic. That was surprisingly not that big of a deal. Going from this, the bending machine should be done. The aluminum has made things. We are going to need red stone. Not red stone. Red alloy. That's going to be another run of the alloy smelter while the EBF is running, but this should be faster. That's the aluminum we need for the casings. Let's bend those out. Stick here, hammer here, wrench here. That is our pipes. Start the final craft. No, we will need to use the hammer on the aluminum. Now we can start the final craft. 2, 3, 4. The pearl in the middle. Item pipes on the sides. Waiting on you, red alloy. That'll bend. The EBF is safely running. 14 remaining. 13 remaining. Very good. And this shall bring us all that we need for all of our benzene and all of our dreams. At the very least, it'll get the logs into the pyrolysis oven, which is really all we can ask for. Okay, bending is complete. The item translocators number 3 and 4 are complete. Let's do some logistics. So after this is complete, all we will need to do is put some item pipes connecting the crop manager to this chest. I'd say maybe we use small tin, perhaps. Maybe small bronze if we really want to be really, really careful. But I sincerely doubt that it's necessary. Get some logs out for some filter setting. Okay. One here, one here, one here. This is an input. This is an input. That's an output. Set filter for this one to log, and set filter for this one to sapling. And we are good. Now, I put these in here. They are placed in their correct receptacles. Good. From that, we fight. We get the pipe. Alright, so I will be going with tiny item pipes just for the convenience of material cost. I doubt 5 will be enough. So let's get ourselves a... Oh, I'm already holding the tin. Let's plate those out, make some more tiny item pipes. If needed, we could convert to small. How many do we need for this? We get 6 to 8. Okay. This will make 8 more, and that might be enough. I'm going to have to set the wrench conditions and auto output on the prop manager, but that's easy. You just need a wrench and then to right-click on it, press a button. Speaking of wrench, I almost forgot to take mine with me. Logistics is expensive, apparently. All the metal for all the pipes. $13. I'm starting to think even that might not be enough. Let's make 6 more, but also let's start putting them in place. Very good. The sound of the EBF blaring in my ears. Okay, no more weeds. I think we solved the problem. Oh. Almost harvested that. Okay. So. Did I seriously misplace my wrench right after saying I wanted to make sure I had my wrench? Yes, I did. How embarrassing. In theory, we could put exactly one more plant if we stick with making this thing. Hydrate, since one of you can harvest 2 blocks, radius 5 with 5% chance of extra drops, hold 32,000 liters of water. Why can't I wrench it? Facing down. There's no item output. Will I need a conveyor belt for this? I might. That's highly inconvenient. Well, anyway. Yeah, I was right to make more pipe. This will not be enough. Well, in that case, let's just make sure we test it. I'm going to put the battery in now. Let's see if it works. The battery's still charging in the assembly machine. Now it's done charging in the assembly machine, but it is in the assembly machine. One more pile of pipe. Take the battery out, and let's just hope this works without any further hassle. If it does, great. If it doesn't, ow. Okay, so battery is... Wait, where do I put it? Like, there's nowhere for a battery. Are you serious? Why is this machine such a pile of junk? Okay. New plan. The battery is not even going to help. We will need to provide power. Wow, that stinks. Okay, well then we are going to go with ransacking one of these for now. Let's just align this really quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's dig under here. Make our newfound power source make sense. There we are. And we're in luck. There's an extra bit of space we can use to pipe from here. Okay, so plan will be 1 2x tin cable, which I have. Then we'll just put the semi-fluid generator below it. Point up. And then now it should be as simple as just putting some creosote inside. Though, there's also the possibility that the cable is not connected properly. For that, we should connect from the top, maybe remove the crop manager for a second. Maybe remove this plant for a second. Get the wire cutters here. Connect. I can't tell if it's working. Let's just observe from here. I physically can't see it. Okay. Well, we'll know it's working if it gets power. When we connect it via, I suppose, these pipes that we're not using for anything. This is a real mess of wires. I'm not proud of it, but it is what I'm doing. So, hey, that's counts for something, right? Oh boy. Got to have more, but yes, we'll use these instead. Going in from here should be fine. Connected. Good. Then we'll snake this out through here. Bonk, 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 bonk. I want to go too far. You'll waste the pipe in that case. Connect it to there. It will simply split off from here. Head vaguely in this direction and a little up. To here. Indeed, I have gone too far initially. We could have this go along the floor. That might be a bit more stylish. It would also still give me physical access to the maintenance tunnel itself. So let's do that. Connect up. Break this. Move pipe that. Reclaim these. And across the floor we go. That's creosote. That's power. Let's hope it's doing something with it. Now, because everything's set up, we should be able to see pretty quickly if this is working without more complications if this starts filling up. It's not, because I never actually finished connecting the pipes. My bad. Let's see here. Well, it certainly has power. Will it auto output? Is the question. No. Okay, this calls for a conveyor. Which is not. Not too bad. We can do that. It's just 2 motors. Some rubber sheets, which we have. Tin cable in the middle. Nothing prohibitive. I'm just a little annoyed I have to make it. Gonna need a 4th copper for this one. I think I already have 1 motor available, but I will continue my system of making them in pairs. Okay, wire mill U. We're gonna have to lathe 6 iron rods again. As far as tin cable, we have no tin cable. I'll buy some. If I gotta buy some, I'll buy some. Maybe I'm getting a little too gung-ho with the money. But also, just numerically, these are extremely cheap. 3 of these. Go to the assembly machine and convert them into some 1s. Prep the coin shop while we're at it. Oh, right. We've lost the generator. We're down 1. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that at some point. Ah! The aluminum is complete. Splendid. Okay, those are done. The lathe is probably still running, but we have 2 of the iron regardless, which we can polarize. Done. Start putting everything in position to make our motors. 2 there, 2 there. We're going to need the 4 rods and 2 polarized rods as normal. Check. 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 We put those 2 there. We put a tin cable in the middle, and then we take 6 rubber sheets. Where are the rubber sheets? They're in the forming press. Fluid solidifier. Same difference. And that's conveyor belt. 1 stack every 20 seconds. That's pretty slow. I was hoping it would be faster. But sometimes needs be. So be it. I'm gonna have to check this manually, aren't I? There we go. Import. Do not allow output. Always on. Check. 6, 5, 4, 3. Wrench it. This should be an operational machine. And the pyrolysis oven is running. Making wood tar. So this is the double benzene approach. Cool. So we're now making wood tar. Very good, very good. In theory, we would want the wood tar to then go to the advanced distillery, convert it into benzene, and then circle it back around to power the machines itself. Unfortunately, 64 EU per tick. The distillery, when making benzene, not chlorobenzene, just benzene, uses 64 EU per tick. This is cutting it close on how much power one generator can provide. So we will need a second. Especially with this copper cable being absolutely garbage at efficient energy transmission. Look at that loss per meter per ampere. We're losing 2 EU volts. So we are going to need another for safety. This second one will have the buffer on it to be able to also power the fluid extractor for turning the charcoal into wood tar as well. This is, however, going to be much more expensive, and at the very least, we can shunt it over manually as needed. In fact, we could just fluid extract right now as well. The buffer is actually available already. We could just put a fluid extractor here. In the interests of proceeding with Operation Daydream to the best of my ability, I am going to indeed pursue this option. I'm going to clean out my inventory a little bit. Starting off, put all the sodalite in there. Go through some more of it, put my extra ores back here, empty the inventory. We have 2 machines we want to make, and a lot of stuff we have to make for them. Compounds. We can get... We got a free item translocator whenever we want to use it. Just thinking it through my head, what exactly we need. That there, take those out. This and another dedicated fluid extractor. The fluid extractor will also need separate liquid and solid item outputs. One of them can be just some pipe. The other can be a hopper, actually. Okay, so we can use a hopper there. So, just to confirm, though, charcoal in a low voltage fluid extractor, please. Yes. Makes wood tar and ashes. So, low voltage hull, 2 circuit. In terms of circuits, we are going to need 6 electronic circuits. 4 of those will be converted into a medium voltage circuit. Do we have what we need for that? No. We have enough for 2. Not 6. And that's not even to talk about the outlying... Like, we don't have a board. Is what I'm saying. So, I'm gonna bust out the finances for this one. Irresponsible of me, I know, but I just really don't want to deal with the details of this. We'll get those coins. I am actually going to put the hopper back. I'm putting my entire supply in there. That'll give us approximately 3 stacks of coins. Plenty to buy everything we need. And simply assemble it ourselves. At least in terms of the circuits. And the circuit stuff is over here. Purchase of vacuum tubes. We really don't need to make the circuit boards. We could really just do it ourselves, especially if they're giving us a very powerful polyethylene-based recipe for this. All we need is half a stack of copper foil, which is equivalent to 8 copper plates, or just 8 copper ingots. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check. Straight to setting 10. Good timing. We're going to need more compressed air. We are going to need only 2 compressed air for this. The responsible thing to do would be to get more, though, because we're going to be making the hulls as well. Is it still 2 for this as well? Yes, so grand total 6. At least for what I'm seeing right now. Compress that air into compressed air, please. Keep on running. Give the atmosphere a squeeze. Chemical reactor is ready and on standby. I've accidentally rotated the chest. That does not matter. As for the shop, we will buy more resistors. We will buy more vacuum tubes. What about diodes? How many diodes do we have? 10. That is plenty. Good circuit boards, we have enough. The rest we can manage. That said, what is the rest? No. Diodes, this. We are going to need molten soldering alloy or tin or lead. That's already in there. Some extra copper wire. Easy. I'm enjoying the benefits of this maintenance tunnel. I just had a wild thought. I figured out how we can do filtration on the liquid so that we can have separate sections doing ethylene and wood tar. And it's the fluid translocator. Because those can't... Well, I don't know if they can have... If they can have filters in them, this will work. Question or problem is I won't know until I try. It's like the fluid ones transfer fluids, same restriction to fly 1 block distance. These can also be upgraded. Same thing except steel. We will need more ender though, which is a different purchase. Dump those in. Press, are you almost done? Yes, you are. 2, 1. Go back to the chemical reactor, put the compressed air in, get our giant steel fluid cell of ethylene from earlier, put that in, let it poly up. I'll then place that polyethylene into the assembly machine to make the hulls we need. Speaking of the hulls we need, let's start preparing the hulls we need. We need 8 aluminum as our foil. Let's see. Record it was foil. 8 wood planks, of which we only have 5, but can make more. I'm pretty sure it's compressing this. Is there a better way? Necessary step. We'll just compress some. I'm pretty sure this is the way to go straight from log to plank. Cutting machine, perhaps, but I feel like a method I already did. Either way. Polyethylene is ready. Take these cells out. They can now hold this. Put it in here. Circuit setting is 6. Glad I got that checked beforehand. By my count, we have 6 now? Yes. Ways to make this. Okay, a stack with a little bit of glue makes a stack of wood plank. That's probably what I was thinking of. Unfortunately, the assembler is a little bit occupied at the moment, so we will have to do without for a bit. A little glue goes a long way, though. Here we are. There it goes. 80 use per tick. Couldn't be enough to bother this lovely little machine. Set that to setting 1. Put the 8 in. Get the steel. I already have the steel, don't I? Yes. Been using a lot of steel today, and maybe I should make sure I'm making more. Let's go over to our blast furnaces. They have been cut off. Power has been depleted. I'm okay with that because it means I can do something else. Let's go with cactus. nice little bit of overclocking. We've got a decent supply of cactus. We should stick with it for a while. That bending is complete. Let's do another here. Tin cable for that, copper cable for the other. The recipe is no circuit setting, so clear it. 8, 2. Don't tell me. Oh, no. Okay, I understand what I did wrong. I need to turn this into the machine casing first, of course. I was just trying to hope that the plates would just glue together conveniently. No. Do that. Okay, the other problem is I put in red alloy cable instead of copper cable, of which we may have none. I will not buy it. No, I'll buy it. Forget it. I don't actually think I can buy it. I can buy it. That was complete laziness on my part. I didn't want to empty out the assembly machine again. There we go. The steel plates can join it. This will be for the fluid solidifier. You. Excellent. All right. That's the hull components done. What's next? Plenty. Plenty's what next. It all comes back to the circuits. Have I made the red alloy? I don't remember. I was making the circuit boards. I now have that, and I put that in there. And now I simply need the red alloy. Which means I need more redstone. Gonna go for a lot. Haven't bothered to math out how many I need. I have just mathed out how much I need, and that is not enough. That's enough for 4. We're making 6. Glad we solved it. Now we can wire mill these out. I don't remember why I made these cables, but they will be useful. Molten tin's ready to go. It's just the cable. 1, 2, 3. Double that for 6. Everything's coming together. All the machines, all the devices. There we go. That will make us 6 circuits, and then we shall make the advanced ones. Ah, yes, that's what the copper cables was for. Copper wire. For the advanced ones. As described here. Once we're done with Operation Daydream, it may be in my best interest to do a few of the, like, make a stack of the material projects again. I'm curious how much easier it would be to make the circuits in bulk like that. No buying, no nothing, just make them. I think that would be nice to see. Just how much more materially efficient we can be now. Okay, put the 4 in there. We are going to need the diodes from here to make R2. The good circuit boards. Wrong machine. And finally, the copper wire. To finish up our 2 medium voltage circuits, which shall go directly into making this gas turbine. We're not done, though. We're going to need 3 bronze rotors, a copper cable that isn't any of the ones talked about before, which we have, 2 electric motors, copper nickel wire, copper wire, aluminum rods, and a steel rod. Be careful with what we're doing now, though. Let's put this on the line here. Put this in there, put that in there. Put the advanced hull from here into here. Yep, motors and rotors. Let's get some bronze. Also gonna need some copper nickel wire. I get the impression we're out of bronze. Mostly. To the point where I don't know if that's enough. Yeah, it's not. We need closer to 12. So, in light of this fact, let us make some more. No, it's not 16 and 4. It'd be 12 and 4 to make 16. And that'll be enough bronze. Alloy away. I'll put my coins back. Went too far. Coins in there. Good. That'll save some inventory. Clay can go here. Got some spare sand and a new barrel for you. Same with the netherrack. Argument to be made to be doing with the bricks as well. No matter. Okay, so the exact recipe for bronze rotor. In an assembly machine is 4 bronze plates, molten tin, or, you know, some soldering thing, and a bronze ring. This means that we are going to need 12 of these bent, and 3 of these rotted. The aluminum dust, put it back into elements. Oh, we've had more aluminum dust saved up than I thought. And at least in the case of aluminum dust, we can go straight to... Oh, no, we can't. Right, we're going to have to compress all of these. Oh, off you go. Planks back here. Depending on those is done. Lathe these four. I'm doing an extra just for parity again. That's intentional. Then the assembly machine is circuit 4. We're going to need a way to move the tin. So let's put the glue in the solidifier arbitrarily so I can pick up the tin. Put it in here. Go back to the fluid solidifier, pick up the glue, put it back in here. Completely ignore the fact that I've had a large steel fluid cell open and ready to use this whole time. I'm just ignoring it. Hammer and file. Plates in here, put the ring in there. That'll start going. Where's my third rod? There it is. Hammer and file. Really gotta make a new hammer. Gotta make a new wrench as well. There's the rotors. Now for the motors. For the motors, we are going to need 2x cupronickel wire. 8 in total. We are going to need an amount of aluminum rods. I don't know why I only made 2. I am going to need 4. Bit of a silly mistake on my part. Oh, no. Yes. Take those out, coalesce the dust, put this rod in here for safekeeping. All in the interest of safekeeping. And then we have 1 steel rod already, so I will make a second. And this will be a rare case of me violating my own system here and making only 1. I do like this accidental system where the dust sort of falls out into the hopper. We want to polarize these so that they will rotate in the magnetic field of the electricity we are providing. That should be everything for the motors. Put those there. There's our drive shaft. Copper cable here, copper cable here. Get those cupronickel wires now that they've been milled. We can now buy resistors again. I'm ignoring that. And they are. There's our motors. We can now build the machine. As soon as we put the rotors in. There's the rotors. There's the in. And that is another lovely advanced gas turbine for our benefit and value. So, a little bit of a question on the logistics here. How we sorting all this. So, the pyrolysis oven is inevitably going to be down-stepping power into low voltage. So it will use low voltage. And this makes it an excellent location to also attach our fluid extractor. Because fluid extracting charcoal, is not a draw on the system at all. It's going to be using 80 out of the 128-ish volts available. So really, this is just a matter of choice of positioning. The wood tar is full. I want to put it up. And it just like steps down into here and then out to the fluid extractor. Or maybe even out backwards to the fluid extractor. The distillery will... Well, I mean, I kind of want part of it to pump out into like the centralized benzene storage tank and then back into here. It seems like the more responsible way to go about it, but I wouldn't need to if I were able to prioritize the direction the fluid travels. It should be fine. Let's leave that there. How are we making annealed copper right now? We don't have an arc furnace, so we would need a blast furnace. Medium voltage, put copper dust in, specifically copper dust, and oxygen. I can do that. I will do that. I'm going to make 4 ingots of annealed copper right now. I'm selecting 4 because it's more than the technically required 2. And I think it matches how much oxygen we have in reserve. I was incorrect. We have 1 extra. So... secret fluid input is here. Now, we head back up, put the copper inside, and just hope this works already, and I don't have to switch the circuitry around. I gotta switch the circuitry around. It is circuit setting 11. Okay. There we are. So annealed copper will be a bit more efficient for our energy transfer. Not happy about the loss per meter per ampere of this system right now. We're going to have to fluid extract some of our rubber sheets in order to properly coat the system. I'm fine with that. An arc furnace would be much more efficient in oxygen to convert, and also probably much more efficient in energy. This is not an efficient way to go about it. But I'm not particularly bothered by that. So... just per second is fine, and we know that it's below, like it's at room temperature, these fluids, so it's fine. could pipe this instantly into the distillery. And then pipe it into that. But there will be 2 of those. Technically, the second... Well, there's no second distillery right now, but there will be for the polyethylene variation. Right now, though, this second gas turbine is effectively an entirely separate line. Its sole job is to power the distillery. The fluid extractor will be powered by the first one across the powerless oven because it's already being stepped down to low voltage, and we can take advantage of that. Which means that we're going to have a fluid pipe heading to the distillery and an item pipe heading to the fluid extractor. What are we missing for the fluid extractor? We got the 2 circuits. We got these. We need a pump and another piston. May as well work on those. That sounded done. We can have the lathe. I have to be a bit more careful with my machine usage because we are a lot more liable to brown out with one of our semi-fluid generators stuck on crop duty. All that said, satisfied with the results so far. If I had superconductor redstone alloy cable, I could have used that to power the fluid extractor. Or even just, like, pumped it back into the factory itself in this line. It's a little annoying. There's mechanical, not like material waste, but like opportunity cost waste. Again, we're going to need more iron. I think we're out still. But I also think that we have like an impure pile of iron dust that's been sitting around that I need to centrifuge. So that's fine. More to follow. We gotta stay vigilant. Make sure we're doing proper maintenance on all the factory's components. This isn't really maintenance, this is just processing. But it's something we gotta do. The moment any craft of this is done, I am smelting those immediately. We need those rods. Nickel's an element. Lazurite's a compound. That's the system. Sodalite, also a compound. How many are we going to need for this? 1, 2 motors. Okay. Not too bad. That's 6 iron ingots. In fact, we may just have enough between the 2. Yes, we do. Let's do it. And let's not forget to bring the copper we need. We're gonna get more... No, we don't. We have, like, 2 stacks in our backpack. Never mind. Wire mill those to setting 1. Almost forgot to do that. That takes no power. This is a lathe. We've got the tin cable for it. Doot, 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 doot. Pump's going to need a tin rotor. That's a little bit of a pain. Well, a tin screw. And bronze fluid pipe. I forgot how much of a pain this really was. We got the bronze for that? We do. Not by much. If it's still going, it is not in our interests to... Oh, wow, we've been piling on the iron dust here. Does it make sense? The main thing we do with iron is lathe it for rods for motors. Is that good? With that machine done, we can plate the bronze, make that pipe. Meanwhile, polarize 2 of these. Prep. Wire mill is ready. Here are our motors. Now, if I recall, we will need piston. This hammer is about to break. It broke. Put a motor there. Steel in. Rods in. There's our piston. Put this in there for lack of anywhere else to go. Rubber rings. Bronze fluid pipe. Rubber rings. Rubber rings. This knife's gonna break as well. Prep at least this. The motor there, cable there. Just the pipe. We haven't made the pipe yet. We're going to need that hammer now. Darn it. Oh well. We have just enough iron for another hammer. Should we be making this out of iron? What if we made it out of cobalt? It's the eternal tool. Maybe that's excessive. But only maybe. I'll just make an iron hammer. Then, what do we do now? Take my wrench. Pipe can go there. Hammer can go back in the inventory. Wrench goes here. It's now time for tin rotor. We do not have tin rotor. We could buy tin rotor. But that wouldn't give us tin screw. So, fine. I'll do this. I do understand the struggle that all of these things provide. I understand why they say you're gonna hate this as the quest for all of these individual components. Take the hammer and the file on a little bit of a side mission for a second. All right. With these 4 plates, we have everything we need for the tin rotor. Thank you, old pile of molten tin. We are missing the tin screw, though. There is a chance we have a spare one lying around, so I will look for it. Nope. Nope. Could be over there. Nuh-uh. Nope. No. That's a screwdriver. You are already done. Oh. More cactus. Very good. So this stinks. We are going to need to make 1 tin screw, which means we are going to need an entire other tin ingot to be lathed. Meanwhile, put the ashes back. Check. All is well. Resupply cactus. And rod is ready. Take the saw. Saw it. Then lathe again. Here's our screw. There's our rotor. Place it. Place it. Store screw there for later. There's the pump. Put that in there. The hole. Now we can really start assembling the parts we need for this. 2 there. 2 here. We simply need 2 glass. There's one of them. I will need the chisel to convert them. Do I have the chisel on me? Did you? Yes. I have this weird sense that I may have been saying fluid solidifier this whole time. I mean fluid extractor. And I get that sense because I was afraid for a second that I was actually building the recipe for a fluid solidifier instead. Fortunately, I was creating the correct thing all along. Here we are. Dedicated fluid extractor. For low voltage, we shall place it... I want to get the angle it's facing good. Here. Now, so long as the pyrolysis oven doesn't need any maintenance, it will be enough power to provide for both. From here, things get fun. I'm going to set this up right now on the assumption that the only thing we're making is wood tar. Just for convenience. I've discovered a flaw in my strategy. I have undiscovered a flaw in my strategy. We are actually fine. My concern was that if one of these backed up, it would stop producing. But if, hypothetically, the direct wood tar from the pyrolysis oven backed up, then it would stop producing wood tar. And then all of the charcoal it had made would be being done with the... So the problem is that there are two sources of benzene, or wood tar. This pipe and this. If there's an imbalance, is it self-correcting? If there's too much charcoal, this will back up all the way to here, stopping production of wood tar entirely, which means that the wood tar coming from the pyrolysis will be replaced by the wood tar coming from the fluid extractor, thus allowing it to proceed. So that's fine. And if there's too much wood tar from this, then eventually this will run out of charcoal to produce, and then it will start taking the wood tar from the pyrolysis, and so we're good. That is the system. Speaking of the system, let's get these ready to go. I'm going to keep as much annealed in reserve as possible. I am only going to make 2 1x annealed copper wire cables. The assembly machine will need to be placed on circuit setting 24, the standard for coating wires. We are now going to need to take the spare molten tin. We can put it back in the circuit assembler for now. Take the 2 rubber out of here. Put it into here. And we are set. I should make an assembly machine dedicated to coating cables. It's something that we do a lot. And it really should be separate from all other assembler usages. Another thing on the good automation responsible decision chart. Okay. Check and check. How much does the electrolysis of, let's say, soda light do? $90. That's a bit of a burden. But that's okay. The electrolyzer can simply be used another time. Got my inventory of some more junk. Just put it in the backpack. I don't know. If I know where it goes, I should put it away. It all goes in here. My wrench is here. Screwdriver goes in here. I need these pipes. The annealed copper in the tech chest. Bronze fluid pipe we're not using. We're going to be going with wood fluid pipe for this. I'm going to act with the distillery where it is currently. I think that's a fine location for it. So down you go. Down you go. Connect them. Say there, there. Connect. Connect. This presents a little bit of an issue. The item pipe's going to have to go a bit further. And since wood pipe is cheap and iron pipe is not, I'm going to lower the elevation of the wood tar pipe to under the distillery pipe up. Some light down here. There we go. Good. The item pipe shall go, and we'll need more item pipes, so let's get some more tin bent into shape. Tiny item pipe might not have worked elsewhere. It'll work fine here, I think. Regardless, carve out this way. You're going to want that set. You're going to want fluid auto output on. We're going to want a hopper, probably long-term going into a better barrel, but for now I'll just put it in a chest. Will be the ashes, an incidental, sometimes byproduct of this process. So, item pipe there. 1, 0, 2 more. Clear on that side. Boop. Boop. Using my experience with the macerator as a baseline. Oh. Oopsie, got the colors mixed up. Blue's for liquids. Orange for not. Easy fix. Fortunately, I have the extra tin cable for this. Boop, boop, boop. Bonk. Oh! Oh, it is auto going. I didn't expect this. The macerator does not auto output items. I had to use a conveyor for that. Making ashes. It's working. The power is wrong, though. We need... This has no power. So... Fluid auto output. put this here as your output side. For now, at least. You. And the second annealed copper wire does... It can't do that because that face is covered. Is there a non-covered face of this dang distillery? Yes, that side. That side needs to be the front. Now, to confirm for future reference, this distillery on setting 3. Good intel for when I break it. Wrench that side. That side. Is fluid auto out. Setting 3. We've accidentally made a slight bit of creosote oil, but that's okay. It will use that. Ah, heck, I'll avoid it. Avoid it myself, why don't I? Check, check, check. Setting 3. Power is in. It's working. It's working. The benzene flows. I was expecting it to be this successful. I thought that today would be dedicated purely to the making of the farm portion. But we've actually got all the machinery up and running to make Operation Daydream a complete success. Look at all this. We're making benzene. It's not properly balanced, and that's something we should make sure is true. RLS oven is going. Charcoal's running. The items are flowing. This is even full still. Let's go check on the farm portion. Oh. We're out of food. That's a shame. Wow, even the coke ovens are dry. We're out of logs. Across the entire factory. Oh, what's it looking like over here? Oh my goodness, it's almost full. That's okay, this is allowed to be full. This one is not allowed to be full. Man. We did it. We're producing benzene. All that's left to do now is just flood the entire factory with gas generators. Make a giant tank. Hold it all in. Another one of these. It could actually be exactly this one. In fact, let's do that. Let's officially swap out the blood of the factory. do this by piping out from here. Let's start lining it. I think I'm going to go out and then straight up. Yeah. Doo-doo. The faucet of fire. Yeah, Okay, now before we make the transition, we need to empty this of all of its preset. And it might just be as easy as breaking this thing. Then reforming it. Cut that loose. Good. It's empty. Now we can go back up. Put in benzene. Now, it's my hope that it will prioritize this line of the least. I don't know the pipe prioritization system, but hopefully, of all directions, it prioritizes this the least. The fact that I'm only seeing like one creosote go through is a very good sign. It means that it will put fluids into these first, and then only when these are full will it go this way. Which is exactly the behavior I want from it. This is good. This is very, very good. Hmm? Ah, I see. The backlog is, done. This will be a good test to see how much, like, throughput we're falling behind on in terms of Pyrolos production. We sit here and wait until the distillery is, done doing stuff. Okay, so it's about half. We would need 2 pyrolysis ovens to match the production speed of this. So, at this point, the pyrolysis oven is the bottleneck. But we also know for a fact that this process makes more benzene than it consumes. So, it's entirely fine. We're certainly not running out of logs. And, you know, we wanted to make another pyrolysis oven anyway. It was to make ethylene, but, you know, we could improvise. The only real critical problem right here is that because the benzene hasn't backed up in these generators quite yet, the whole of the factory is not powered by anything. We have sodium. This is correct, game. Another accidental quest solved by yours truly. Despite the mess, despite all of the obstacles we had to go through, this was a very clean and easy run of getting benzene. And we have benzene now. All of our coke ovens are now offline. We could pick them up, get the coke oven quest, maybe go for some of the earlier bio for the masses quest lines, get that free low voltage arm. If we really care. This also means that the boilers will eventually run out of charcoal. That might be a more critical problem. If I can intercept some charcoal, I will. But technically speaking, we are now actively starving the steam engines of fuel. We're not producing enough fuel for them anymore. We're not producing any fuel for them anymore. It's all for benzene now. Hilariously, the solution to this would be just replace these with liquid-fueled fireboxes and pump in the benzene. Maybe that won't work. I don't know if benzene is designed for this system. Should work. Probably. I don't know. Benzene's more of a gas. All this, though, very happy to see. It's not making benzene particularly fast. And that is one critique I have with it. This is perhaps a reason we could have gone with the advanced coke oven instead of the Pyrolos oven. The advanced coke oven is what we used last time. It requires a bit more esoteric materials to make, coolant and other things of that nature. It also makes charcoal at a rate of like 1 per second, which is an absurd speed. But it only made charcoal. No wood tar, no creosote, nothing. Just charcoal. But it made it real well. Granted, the Pyrolos oven is also more materially efficient. We're putting in 16 logs to get 20 charcoal and some free wood tar. An additional 15 logs worth of wood tar. Can't really complain. The only thing we really feel we should do is just speed it up. And we do that by having a source of nitrogen and changing the recipe to do the overclocked Pyrolysis oven wood tar converter. Which is a thing. All this, all that we've made here is... it's done. It's complete. We could rip this up. I feel like maybe we should still commit to some lumberly action to make sure that the charcoal stays good. After all, we are still dependent on these steam machines. And dependent on the steam power for the EBF, though that problem can be solved with the addition of one simple advanced gas generator with our brand new benzene. It may also be the case that we're simply not making benzene fast enough. That would be a really bothersome problem to have. A lot of ash, though. And this ash, in high quantity, solves other problems of its own. In particular, I'm excited for getting a centrifuge that is not our steam separator. Centrifuging out all of these materials, which we will then electrolyze for free calcium, free phosphorus, free sodium, free potassium, free magnesium, free iron, and most importantly, free oxygen. The oxygen from centrifuging all of this and then electrolyzing it will provide us a great supply for any particular things we're doing in the immediate future. And that's not even to consider all the ashes and dark ashes we're getting from this. I think it's time to do another round of hacking on the dark ashes. Let's see, we got the room, we've got the room. Clear the hotbar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go over to a table of crafting. Dark ash. Can't see it, but it's there. That in, we have made a stack to the centrifuge. The steam separator. Ah, it's full. Get all this iron out and smelt it. This shall cleanly separate into a stack of ashes regular and a stack of carbon dust. Oh, that's almost full. That's almost full. I'm going to sit with this until it's full so I get a better read of how much spare benzene we have per cycle. And 17. The amount going to the third direction is increasing. It used to be simply 1, now it's on the order of 20 per pump. I guess because it's considering this one to be functionally full. Seeing over here, we've almost got a full bucket. I think it's fine. There's a bit of a need to clear the pipes of the creosote inside of it, just because we don't want these fluids to be mixing. This over here would be the absolute biggest waste. Benzene. But it is something to do. That's connected to all sides except up. Oh, we're already at 1.5 buckets. It's definitely increased. We've reached a threshold. Okay, the machines have gone silent. This will be a good test. 1, 5, 2, 1. Now we wait for another cycle, which is approximately 60 seconds. Here it goes. Wait till the machines go quiet. There it is. Got about 20 seconds to check. 2, 5, 6, 1. Okay, that is decisive. It means that in one cycle, we are producing an excess of approximately 1 bucket of benzene. Which means that as far as the rest of the factory is concerned, we are making benzene at approximately 1 bucket per minute. What does that mean in terms of power? Check it's using a gas turbine. That is 360,000 EUs per minute. Which, I'm going to be honest, saying that out loud is a bit concerning. Because if you look to the EBF, which is our good measure of power. Yeah, well, that's high voltage. Looking for something like this, yeah. It, in using approximately the max and medium voltage of 120 EU per tick, it's using about slightly less than half of it in an equivalent amount of time. Which means that this benzene production can only really support 2 medium voltage gas generators constantly running. That's not that good. I mean, it's more than we have right now, which is like 0. But we are running into a critical limitation here. A critical limitation that would technically be resolved if we had a second pyrolysis oven. Am I really gonna commit to making another one of these monstrosities just to make enough benzene? The answer is probably not right now. Another round of cactus. Man. I have to imagine that maybe the advanced coke oven is a bit more power per minute efficient at the cost of requiring more logs input. That's the only way I can justify this. Actually, wait a minute. It would do 60 charcoal per minute. Well, yeah, 60 charcoal. Because it's making 1 charcoal per second. So that would be 60 charcoal per minute. And which would be 6 buckets of wood tar a minute in the fluid extractor. And what we're doing right now in 1 minute is 3.5 buckets. So, yes, the advanced coke oven is more is able to make wood tar faster than the pyrolysis oven, at the cost of taking more logs. But we specifically designed this to be better in the technical sense of there are more logs to take. So maybe going a pyrolysis oven here is incorrect, and we should go for an advanced coke oven. I'm not going to chastise this machine for not making enough benzene when it's making benzene. But in terms of expanding power production in the future, I think for pure benzene, we will want the advanced coke oven instead. And we will relegate the pyrolysis ovens to making, well, at least ethylene with charcoal that can then be funneled over as necessary. That might be the way to do it. Regardless, though, I am happy that this is working. We have a decent benzene production line. And all of that problems of just how much benzene we're making per minute can be solved by simply not running our machines perpetually and letting this back up with benzene in it. It's like, it's workable, it's solvable, it's usable. And I'm happy with it. Let's swap out the creosote-filled pipes with some benzene-filled ones to finalize our decisions. And like, come on, creosote. When we were using that in even a semi-fluid generator, it was only giving us 48,000 use. This is so much better in terms of EU per bucket. And even 8,000 in these over here. These are about to get a big fuel efficiency bonus. We can't use benzene in a semi-fluid generator, can we? We cannot. Only a gas turbine. That means that this semi-fluid generator and that semi-fluid generator are actually about to be completely unusable. Which means this pipe can't even be used for that. This is a little bit of a problem. Once the creosote's expired from that, it's done. Which means I'm going to, at least for this, at least for the farm, which needs power, I'm going to do a little bit of lumberly dispatch. Not a true action. I'm simply going to steal some stacks of logs from this chest. Put them in the old lumber chest. And let some creosote fill the line. In order to allow the farm to still be running. This will also provide a few more stacks of charcoal, making the steam situation not as bad. In fact, there's nothing stopping me from funneling some of the logs here instead. We could run both. That will give us a little extra power and keep the steam machines running. Require a lot of tin item pipe, but that's fine. think that's probably responsible of us. Where are these just running? There they are. Right on the edge. There. The farm does not need much, but we'll keep monitoring the situation. In the meantime, we will need to make more combustion generators. We can accept basic for our low voltage needs. That's not a problem. They just need to be combustion generators. Steel gears, a lot of pistons, a lot of motors. Wait, no, not combustion. Basic gas generator? Yeah, okay. So the rotor motor thing is consistent. Wait, these are combustion. Oh, okay. It just accepts combustion. I thought it was gas generator. My mistake. So these combustion generators are going to be obsolete the moment we run out of creosote. That too is unfortunate. But that is solved. Well, I mean, we don't need them anymore. We take these out, put in one advanced gas generator here. Another downstepper here, and we'll have all the power we need. And I don't think we need the EBF for any of that. Wait, no, yeah, we do. We need it for making more aluminum because we don't have enough. Wait, maybe we do have enough. I did run it for a while. No. We've used it already. So we have more to give. Okay, so this is possibly a problem. Actually, almost definitely. More likely, we're going to have to ransack one of the gas generators over here once we think we have enough. We can run this off one. We can run this off of one. We'd need a medium voltage battery, but we can run this off of one. Because it's not perpetually 128 EU per tick. It's 128 for 30 seconds and then 64 for 30 seconds. That's in budget. It's just a matter of having that power available because this can't produce that all at once. We need a battery buffer. Battery buffer, 2x cable this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it only allows 1 volt out, but we can channel that, I think. I don't know, this is a little complicated to me. I'm going to ignore it. We can go with the ransack step. We know that 1 bucket of benzene is enough to run 2 crafts with the EBF. So it's just a matter of finding the time. That, however, is a situation for next time because it's been 4 hours and I'm going to be responsible. I'm going to go. Glad we could get this working. Surprisingly, well, still more problems, but still more solutions to be had. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.